Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Parole and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating as record certified they have all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Panel Member Berry, good morning.
Good morning, Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Christian Rodriguez, 30, 33, 36.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Christian Rodriguez, inmate number 303336. He is serving a sentence of 16 months jail for sale of narcotics. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 18, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Rodriguez has completed Tier 4, CCAR, both group, no triggers, art therapy, from Pawns to King, Boys to Men, Motivation for Life, 7 Good Minutes, Poetry, Emotion, Recover, Hope, and Daily Death. Mr. Rodriguez was a barber and is a volunteer chairman due to attending school. He is currently participating in recovery coach professional with an estimated end date of February 3rd, 2025, and in the Voices program with an anticipated end date of January 4th, 2025. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Rodriguez.
Good morning. Before I begin, I'd like to say thank you to the board for this opportunity, for giving me this chance. I understand that parole is a privilege and not a right. I am grateful for the chance to demonstrate to the board exactly how I have changed during these past 22 months. I have a letter. Can I read it? Could I be stumbling on my words?
Please do.
All right, thank you. I would also like to apologize to everyone who has been poorly affected by my regrettable actions. My family, our community, our local police department, and in fact, society as a whole has suffered from the negative impact of what I did. My poor decisions results in my contributing to the disease of drugs in our neighborhood. And in doing so, I helped continue the epidemic by destroying far too many lives and families. I can only say that I am deeply sorry. I now recognize the error of my selfish ways, and today I am ready to contribute to eliminating that epidemic rather than feeding into its continuations. Without making any excuses for my own behavior, I do think it is important to state that I grew up in a very negative environment. I lacked the proper guidance to overcome the poor role model presented to me. In that environment, I surrendered to the influence of the streets and made an unfortunate decision to immerse myself in a drug-infected lifestyle. But during these past 22 months, I engaged in myself in drug lifestyle. But during these past 22 months, I have taken advantage of the opportunity that the Department of Correctional has provided me and taken the very real steps towards a new me. I have finally taken responsibility for myself and my action, and that has been the vital first step of my path to rehabilitation and redemption. That first important step was followed by concrete action for help and actively engaging in countless programs to begin to build that new and better me. I dove in headfirst from the start, enrolled in an intensive residential therapeutic community titled Tier 4, administered by the Administration Addiction Service within a unit called Robson Institution. These programs lasted 6 months, during which I engaged in daily group therapy, learned to hold myself accountable and understand the underlying issues of addiction. After I completed those 6 months, I voluntarily elected to remain in the community for 3 additional months of aftercare in order to continue my all-important journey of recovery. That vital information, knowledge, and insight that I have gained in Tier 4 enabled me to reach the phase in my own recovery where I could facilitate NA and AA meetings, which allowed me to live the recovery idea of keeping what I have gained by freely giving that gift to others. I then embarked on a more intensive path of that sharing with others who struggle with addiction by completing the CCAR recovery Coach Academy, which includes 3 months and approximately 24 sessions of learning even more about the many aspects of addiction and recovery. After all this intensive recovery training, I have finally came to terms with the full depth of error of my ways. I am now completely aware that my selling drug only served to spread the society-wide disease of addiction. I cannot say enough how sorry I am for contributing to the poison of my community. I now realize that there is no such thing as a victimless crime. And having learned all I have about myself and the consequences of my regrettable action, I am now ready to become part of the solution instead of part of the problem. While in the Tier 4 program at Carl Robertson CI, I discussed my journey with Counselor Supervisor Rogers, and we agreed that the next logical next step for me was applying to the ENOUGH program, embracing new opportunities and upholding good habits. The Second Chance program
What was the program? Enough, you said?
Yes, ENOUGH program, which I'm in right now.
Okay.
ENOUGH program, embracing new opportunities and upholding good habits. The Second Chance program here at Cybulski CI, which I'm currently in, I was accepted into this program based on my excellent record in Tier 4, and I have been an active participant in this therapeutic community for the past 4 months. Since being here in the Second Chance program unit here at Cybulski, I have continued my journey of transformation and growth. I participate in groups such as Motivation for Life, Voice of Men, 7 Good Minutes, Daily Dives, and others. All of these groups are facilitated by like-minded other individuals within the community who are helping me to learn more about myself and the necessary steps I need to take, not only to get out of prison, but to stay out of prison and be a positive, productive member to society. Should I be granted parole, should I be granted early release by this board, I fully intend to continue with the path I have learned. I started behind these walls on the outside. C-card program that I completed will enable me to secure an employment as a recovery coach, which will provide me with the income as well as keep me on the path of rehabilitation while helping others to avoid the pitfall I did not. The C-card training that I received while incarcerated was indeed a transformation process. It provided me with the knowledge and skill necessary to guide me and role model others through their own recovery and journey. In this course, I learned to describe the role and function of recovery coach, list the components, core value, and guiding principles of recovery, build skills to develop relationships, explore many sides of recovery and recovery coaching, discover key attitudes about self-disclose and sharing, understanding the stage of recovery, describe the stage of change and their application, increasing awareness of culture, power, and privilege, address ethical and boundary issues, express willingness, plan, and practice the innately acquired skills. Armed with these valuable skills through this extensive C-card training, I will take all that I have learned and use it to both help others suffer from my same illness as well as continue my own path of recovery. This component of my own reentry plan will undoubtedly save me and my community well as I go forward a new man. Additionally, I have a strong support system in my family, including my mom, who is 82 years old, my siblings, and my children. Evans, 20, my stepdaughter, Jolie, who's 19, my stepson, Benjamin, who's 15, and my youngest, Leah, 9 years old. They will all hold me accountable and keep me grounded. And after all I have learned, I know that I want to be a better role model for them and make them as proud as I am of myself. I will no longer take them for granted as I move forward into a new life. I also put a solid reentry plan, which includes, can I read my reentry plan?
I think we have it, right?
Yeah, I sent it to you. I put a solid reentry plan together, and I have put this necessary hard work to remake myself over these past 22 months because I have finally realized I cannot keep going on the same manner that I have been. But I know that the work must continue for the path to be a better me, and a better me is a journey and not a destination. Should this board see me fit and grant me parole today, I can assure you that I will be a decision that I will never give a reason to regret. Once again, thank you for your consideration. Today, the important matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. What have you been doing with your spare time?
In my spare time, program.
I'm kidding. You've accomplished a lot,
Thank you.
you know, and that's, and it's evident, you know,
Appreciate it.
it's evident in your presentation, and you're just, it's good, right?
Yes.
So I know that you're, if I'm correct, the most recent, you had been on community release, so you weren't on parole itself, but I wanted to explain here what we do and what to expect today. So you've made a presentation, and certainly we have all of those documents, and we have taken a look at your background and, you know, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions, and we're going to take a turn asking questions, and then we're going to discuss your case, and we're going to give you a decision at the end. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
So Board Member Berry is going to start with questions today.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So, Mr. Rodriguez, I appreciate your taking time out to write that opening statement. You covered a tremendous amount of ground. It was nice to hear what you've learned in each of the programs that you participated in. We did receive some documents from you late yesterday afternoon. However, they were not, you know, so voluminous that we weren't able to review them. So we were able to take a look at those. And I did review your release plan as well. It appears to be viable. And I would encourage you to keep all of those documents with you and just look over them from time to time, especially when things can seem to get a little more difficult when you're out in the community. You know, you have been doing this for a number of years. Many of the programs that you shared with us today that you participated in, you did during prior bids. In 2018, you did very similar programming, but it didn't seem to work for you. You failed 7 of your community releases in the past. So explain to us what is different this time opposed to the last times with the same, you know, with the same kind of circumstances.
I can honestly say that the last time I didn't have a plan. I put a plan together. I did not execute it the right way. I fell on myself. I fell down to the bottom where I couldn't just get back up. I know where I fell, and I don't want to make that judgment no more. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of doing drugs, selling drugs, and I know I'm not going to get nothing out of there. So why continue with the same cycle that is just giving me the same results? And being in the Tier 4 program and being around like individuals like myself and knowing to ask for help. That was the main thing, not asking for help. And I was scared, so I had this persona of being a street person and growing up in an environment that I grew up in and not wanting to ask for help because I was just too afraid or just shy to ask and just hiding from my addiction, hiding from my family, hiding from my kids, and just hiding from people.
So I'm going to stop you, Mr. Rodriguez, because I can understand that. But you know, you've been in this relationship with your girlfriend for how long now?
Forever.
Exactly. And you've had your children, so you're going back to the very same environment, and things are pretty much going to remain the same. And so while I can appreciate your saying that you didn't have a plan, many of the things that you're mentioning to us now were in place during your last incarceration. So explain to me what you've learned about your addiction. So for example, when you were out in the community, you've taken a tier 4 aftercare, all those things, you go out into the community. What caused your relapse? Let's start there.
Cause my relapse is not me asking for help. That's the first thing.
Okay, nope. Why would you have needed help? So you're clean and sober. You have no drugs in your system. You're out in the community. Were you working?
Yes, I had a job.
Okay. And you had a job, and so you had some place to live, right?
Yes.
And so you're going about your daily day. Were you going to NA or AA?
No, I was not.
Okay. So when you walked out of the prison doors, were you reported? Did you have any kind of supervision to follow?
I was in parole. I was released to community release halfway house. And to be honest with you, I was working off and on temp agency, but I did not follow up after I left the halfway house. I did not follow up. I didn't execute it the right way. I didn't have no support. I did not show up to AA, NA, because once again, I'm not making no excuses for myself because I'm not trying to justify it. I know today, the difference between today and now, that I got a good, strong support system, which is C-CAR. I know I have to go first thing first and attend to AA meeting, be put to C-CAR building, and continue with my journey with them. And I have a good, strong support system. I can actually say that right now as we speak. I can't do this again. If I do another sentence, that will be a life sentence. The police department just didn't lock me up. They saved me. I got saved by the word.
I say that you said that. Why were you homeless?
I was just scared to show my wife and my kids who I was. I didn't want to go home and show them how I become 225 pounds to a person that was only weighing about 170, 180. I was just too afraid to show them who I was. So I would just go off and on.
Help me understand, Mr. Rodriguez. So you left the halfway house. I'm still trying to figure out, there seems to be some pieces missing. So you leave the halfway house and you go back to your family. Is that right? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then, so I'm trying to understand what made you go and pick up again. So you have your support, you weren't going to NA. What happened exactly that you relapsed? Explain that. Were you around the same people? They offered you something? Tell me what happened.
That's exactly what happened. I went around the same environment that I left off on. I went back to the same neighborhood that I left off on, and I ended up selling drugs again and using drugs again. And that's where my mistakes is at now. So I have to change people, place, and things. And I could guarantee you that from here on out, I will never make that mistake again. And I don't want to do drugs no more because I
wouldn't say never. I wouldn't say never. You don't want to be overly confident, but relapse, unfortunately, it's a part of recovery. It's what you do after you relapse, but you were too far in to turn around, I'm assuming, once you started using that. So you have to understand as well, Mr. Rodriguez, that the people, places, and things may not change, but you can remove yourself from those situations to avoid relapse. This poison, not only were you selling it to our community, but you were also doing it to yourself. And I read that you think you overdosed once. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You're still young enough, sir, to turn this thing around. You certainly have the tools, and it is absolutely you. Just because you're different doesn't mean that the people that you're going to be around are going to be different. You have to have the mentality of, today I'm going to be sober. Today I'm going to stay sober. And, utilize those resources that you have through your community. You talked about C-CAR. That's definitely a good thing. You talked about getting a sponsor. You talked about asking for help, going to NA and all of those things seem to work for people who have a substance abuse issue as you do. Have you ever thought about any mental health treatment? Perhaps there's something underlying that's unaddressed that you may need to address when you're out in the community that will help you kind of, I guess, go a little even further into your relapse prevention or your sobriety. I don't want
Yes.
you to tell me if if you have any issues exactly, but have you ever thought about getting some help that way?
Yeah, so I've been in contact with TCM,
Mhm.
Transitional Case Management. His name is Samuel Rivera, and I've been talking with him for the last 5 to 6 months, and he's been a good supporter for me. And you know, when I be having issues in here, that's the first person that I go to besides my recovery coach, who I talk to daily, Juan, but he's going through some difficult situations today. So Juan is not available, but that's my recovery coach. That's who I contact when I'm, when I'm down or whatever, whenever I need somebody to speak to. And Samuel Rivera, he's pretty a good person. He works with TCM at Wellmar, and I've been in contact with him for the last 5 to 6 months.
You said that. That's good. That's something that you probably need to explore too, because it will only benefit you in the long run. Let's talk about, and this is my last thing to talk to you about. Officer Martinez, were you ever able to confirm his sponsor?
No, I think, so the voicemail was full.
Okay.
So I was never able to leave a voicemail with her.
Okay. Thank you. So, Mr. Rodriguez, you were found with 16 strips of Suboxone.
Yes.
Why?
I was approached by an individual who has Suboxone. He asked me, do I do Suboxone? At first, I said no. A couple hours later, I went to the man. I let my addiction kick in again. Once again, I purchased it. I put it away. And basically, the next 2 days later, instead of me using them, because I didn't use it the same day, I got busted with them. And I think the officers were busting me with them because that opened my eyes up and SAG too. And this is just a reminder of the mistakes that I continue making. And I can't continue making these same, it's not even a mistake because it's my fault for doing this. I'm the one who did it. It's nobody else's fault, and I take responsibility, and I had to be more, responsible for myself. Not for nobody else around me, but I also got to make sure that I don't harm the community. It's about me. If I'm protecting myself, I can protect everyone else around me. But it starts off with me.
Let's go back to the ticket, Mr. Rodriguez. What happened when you got this ticket in 2023? Did your family know that you had the Suboxone?
When I was gave sanctions, I couldn't make no calls. I couldn't use my tablet. So once I hung up, the first thing I did, I let my girlfriend know. I let my brother know. I let my mom know what happened. And they was mad. They was mad at me. They was like, what's wrong with you? You was doing pretty good. And then I just checked into tier 4. And I said, it's time for a change. I can't do this no more to myself. And I actually checked into tier 4, not even a month later. And I explained to Ms. Rogers exactly what's going on with myself. And I didn't want it to be in that environment no more. And she allowed me.
It was a few months later. You started it in October. But you have done well. You've definitely taken the appropriate programs. Your sentence is not done until 2027. So you really do have quite a ways to go before you're done with this sentence. And if you're familiar with discretionary parole, those officers out in the community, they have arresting powers. So you won't be able to, use drugs and they have to go before the judge to get a warrant and all that stuff. They can bring you right back to prison. And that's not what we want you to be. So before you even get to that step, you really need to try to take the steps to get back into recovery. So, you've done a great job, this incarceration. I would have liked to see you come before us without the disciplinary infraction. You have not done well out in the communities 4 with the 7 failures. And you rate out very high at 38 years old for risk to recidivate. So the odds honestly are stacked against you, Mr. Rodriguez. But that doesn't mean that you can't defeat the odds. You know, you can, go out there and make better decisions. And it seems like you really have tried to take those steps. So I commend you on your efforts, and I appreciate your speaking to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Board Member Berry. Board Member Vazquez.
Yes, I'm good, thank you. I just have a couple of follow-up questions based on the line of questioning that my colleague started. And it involves the environment. So we know people, places, and things, but is it your intent to return to the same neighborhood where you were living previously?
I don't want to return back there, but I have no other choice because that's where my family is at. But I'm not turning back to the neighborhood. I'm turning to CCAR, to AA, NA, and every resource that I utilized since I've been in jail. I want to utilize that same resource that I gained out in the world, especially with TCM.
Okay, so as we know, recovery is not a smooth sailing type of situation. There's relapses, there's struggles every day. And it concerns me that you've been operating at this very high level with doing very well with all of these programs, but in a somewhat controlled environment. You're going to come out and you're going to go back to your girlfriend's house or with your mother. There's kids around, you're looking for a job. There's all of these everyday life stressors. And I just want to make sure that you have a grasp on your reentry plan that this is going to be different than what you've been doing for the last 6 months. And one thing that concerned me on your reentry plan, you said that you were going to attend AA and NA meetings as needed. In your understanding of what do you think that's going to be? What's as needed for you?
As needed, when I mentioned NA, because I know my first week is attend everything that I have to attend my first week. So when I said as needed, I'm going to go to NA. I'm not going to stop going to NA. I'm going to try to do my best to do 60 days, 60 meetings in 60 days while I'm home and continue going with that passion. As needed, I just put it because I know I just wanted to make it seem logical to myself. I didn't want to overwhelm myself. I want to get a job, continue doing obey by parole stipulations, and everything here this is my plan. I have more plans in my reentry that I did not add on to this, but I just didn't want to overwhelm myself with everything I have.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So Mr. Rodriguez, you're doing a lot to be connected to all of the right things. I share my colleagues' concerns. Stepping out that door isn't the same thing as where you are right now,
Sure.
right? And priority one should be to get your butt to a meeting,
Sure.
and you have a coach inside. Is that coach inside or outside?
I have a coach outside. His name is Juan.
Okay. And he's connected with Waterbury C-Car?
Yes, sir.
And you know where the Waterbury C-Car is?
Yes, it's in downtown by the train station.
Yep. And you know that they have meetings there every day?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with everything. As we speaking today, I just completed my other C-Car, the Epithugal. I just completed it today. He gave me my certificate, Rich Wallace, and I'm in good hands with them, and they waiting for me. I'm pretty sure I'm in the right direction with them, and I'm gonna be a volunteer, and I'm gonna continue working with C-Car. The same day I leave from here is see parole, like I'm supposed to. Go see C-Car and go to AA meeting as soon as possible. Like you said, that's the first thing I have to do is AA meeting. And that's my first priority.
All right. I thank you for sharing what you shared. And, one of the other things is, a lot of the programs, some of the programs that you're talking about, I think they're from eDorm, right?
Yes.
And that's, going into this, it's like you need the mindset. If I'm missing something that I don't have, how can we get that? Right?
Yes.
So that's trying to teach you in eDorm. No matter what it is, you said it, right? I want to live in the solution, not the problem, right? eDorm's teaching you how to live in the solution. So, Board Member Berry.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So, as I have stated to Mr. Rodriguez, he does really have a number of strikes against him in terms of his risk to recidivate. He has a very lengthy criminal history. There are some offenses that are violent in nature. He's starting to, it looks like his crimes really have run the gamut, honestly. But he really does sound good here today. I really did not like the disciplinary infraction, but he was able to get into treatment. And it sounds like ever since then, he's really put the ball and ran with it. He does rate out very high. But he also, seems to have some solid support plan out in the community. He's definitely taken the steps to work on his recovery once he walks out of the prison doors. And at this point, I really believe that it's up to him to sink or swim. There's nothing else really for him to do while he's there in the prison. So I would support discretionary training in that region, with the understanding that Mr. Rodriguez, this would be a gift to him, to allow him to return to the community. But it's also provide some kind of comfort that if he does start to spiral out of control again, or he decides that he's going to go back into Waterbury and sell drugs, they know who he is, first of all. And secondly, he'll come right back to prison. So I would support his discretionary protest.
Thank you. Board Member Vazquez.
I like what I've seen today based on the differences from the packet. We also know that oftentimes people aren't successful in recovery their first time, their second time, their third time, their fourth time. I'm willing to take a chance, but I really do think that you have to look at your plan and enhance it and keep doing it, or else you will end up back where you're sitting today. And I think that, the additional support between now and his parole eligibility date will just be another layer that can be helpful to him in terms of being successful in the community.
Thank you.
All right. So I have halfway house placement if needed. That's what I have.
I have alcohol too. That he uses any and every drug that he can. So.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Regarding Christian Rodriguez, number 303336, I move to grant parole on or after May 18th, 2025, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Rodriguez, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will be explained to you prior to release. Just remember, what is the most important thing?
All right. Thank you.
What is the
Appreciate
most
you.
important thing?
Go to AA meeting, attend recovery coaching, and that's my cover. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. That means everything to me. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Christian Rodriguez, inmate number 303336. You can send in the next person.
All right. Thank you.
Where are we with,
Nope.
I don't know who we have. What do we do?
No, with, transitional.
Are we on the right? Are we?
Oh. Can you give us 1 second?
Just give us 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Poole.
Good morning, Panelmember Berry.
Good morning. I'm Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Good morning. William Long, 240731.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for William Long, inmate number 240731. He is serving a sentence of 16 years jail with 12 years of special parole filed for manslaughter first with a firearm and illegal operation of motor vehicle under influence. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 25th, 2025. There is no victim in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender and a friendly review to make sure the offender has completed the following program. Mr. Long has completed alternative requirements, basic and advanced, anger management, voices, heart recovery, tier 2, and vocational education computer courses. He is currently in the second chance PAROLE program and attending Athletic Community College for Business Administration. Mr. Long has disclosed that he also helped create and facilitate the prosperity workshop. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Long. Mr. Long, this is your opportunity to tell the panel why you should be granted parole.
For the letter, am I able
Please
to read
do.
the letter?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning to the members of the parole board and everyone else.
I'm hoping that it's not, because that letter's long. Is it the same letter you sent to us?
No, it's not.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Okay. Good morning to the members of the parole board and to everyone else in attendance. In 2015, I stood before a judge for sentencing, and when asked if there were any remarks I would offer regarding my crime, I replied yes. With indescribable feelings, I spoke before the court, quote verbatim. First and foremost, I'd like to apologize to the family of the victim for their loss. I'm sorry for their loss. I know my words may mean nothing to you, but I have to say them in this courtroom today. I was there. I could have stopped it if I wasn't so intoxicated, but I couldn't think. I know that's not any kind of excuse, but it's the truth. I have to live with the memory of what I did or failed to do for the rest of my life. I will never go back to living the life that I lived back then, and I will do some kind of good in this world and dedicate myself to do it in your son's memory. Fellow board members and attendees, 9 years ago, those words resonated from my heart and will later be defined by my actions to follow. However, before I share with you my accomplishments, I want to take this opportunity to express my deepest regret for the bereavement that I've caused and acknowledge the harm and pain that accompanied the family's bereavement. Today, I earnestly desire to express to the parole board and to everyone else in attendance that I am no longer that irresponsible adult that stood before the courts in my arraignment. The days when I traded guidance for misguidance are far behind me. The 47-year-old in front of you today is fully aware of the consequences of my actions. My accountability began with my admission that I did provide the firearm that was used to take the life of Mr. Johnny Amy. I can only imagine how Mr. Amy's untimely death would take a lasting toll on everyone directly or indirectly impacted by my actions. So once again, I apologize to everyone impacted. Conversely, I've learned that remorse should be paired with redemptive action and unification of the internal and external. It is critical that one does not only deeply regret his actions, but that he follows that contrition with transformative deeds. During my period of incarceration, this has been my sole purpose. While in pursuit of my associate's degree, I preached the importance of education and inspired others to pursue education by enrolling in the Pell Educational Program. I also unofficially worked as a personal fitness trainer and GED tutor, helping young men recognize the importance of health and realize their potential in the school environment. The debt I owe to society is what motivated me to procure treatment.
I was determined with discovering the root problem to my issues because prior to incarceration, I was lost, desensitized to the enormities that govern my world. Growing up as a child, alcohol abuse was normalized within my household as well as in my community, and unfortunately, those factors would later catch up to me. However, I refused to allow Mr. Amy's death to be in vain, so I committed myself to doing everything in my power to become a better person. I've completed many programs, all of which spoke to the broken boy that lived within. I was fortunate to learn conflict resolution skills from the Alternative to Violence program. In addition, the Voices program educated me on how broad the spectrum is relative to victims affected by crime. I knew more work was needed, so I participated in the group Tier 2, a group that touches on the very fabric of what led me to prison in the first place: addiction, lack of self-worth, and most importantly, poor choices. This program highlighted the stages in the development of alcoholism, which allowed me to view the disease from a different perspective while providing me the time and space I needed to not just develop, but to mature into a better man, a better son, and a better father to my beautiful daughter. For 13 years and counting, I've held my sobriety in a prison environment where alcohol production and consumption permeated. My mission in prison has always been to redefine myself, find my purpose, and reconnect with my inner being. In the process, I discovered willpower, that innate force within me that assisted me with overcoming the obstacles, stumbling blocks, and difficulties that I encountered in the face of adversity. I currently have a 3.8 GPA and projected to graduate the Business Administration Certificate program in weeks to follow. My determination to achieve high academic honors awarded me the Dean's List numerous times, and as a result, I became a member of the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society. I also, along with a group of fellow inmates, created a program, the Prosperity Workshop, a program unique in that it was created and ran by inmates. Therefore, through the power of shared experiences, critical issues such as criminal thinking were addressed in deeply personal ways. My goals upon release are based on the furtherance of my education, leveraging all my support networks, and becoming an entrepreneur so that I can provide for my family in wholesome, admirable ways. In conclusion, for 13 years, I was in my muse, absorbed in thought. I never counted the days. I made each day count. I am still a work in progress. Prison isn't the end of the road for me. It's my destiny to be something more than just an inmate number. If granted parole, I assure you that I will adhere to all stipulations and receive the necessary treatment to ensure continued success. I understand that the decision in respect to my request lies in your hands, and I will respect whatever decision you make. I'm grateful for this opportunity to express my remorse, my progress over the years, and my moral clarity today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. So what we're going to do here today, we've read about your background. We've read everything that you have submitted, and have seen what you have accomplished while you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions. Then when we get done with questions, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
All right. So I want to start, two things I want to cover before I get into like how you've changed. So in this offense, you supplied the gun that took the victim's life.
Yes.
And your specific thoughts on exactly that, which is, you know, I hear all the time, I take full responsibility, right? Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts on my actions pertaining to me providing the gun?
Yeah.
My thoughts pertaining to that whole situation were the fact that at that time period in my life, I was totally lost. I was caught up in a world that wasn't the reality of actually what the real world was really about. So I was desensitized to certain things, which allowed me to feel like there was no problem with me possessing an illegal firearm. So at the time, under the influence, yes, I provided the firearm. I feel so remorseful behind it because it was a sad situation. The guy that the victim, Mr. Johnny Amy, didn't even have anything to do with the confrontation that occurred. As far as what led up to it, it was just a night where too much alcohol and the fact that two gentlemen had a firearm and was just lost with no type of guidance.
And you know how sad that is, that there's so many people like you that have the same story, right? I was blasted out of my mind, and this is what happened, right?
Yes.
And it's you know, you're right. You know, Mr. Amy should still be here.
I agree.
The other thing, I know there's a couple of other DRs, but the one DR that's very concerning to me happened in January 23. Can you give me a little bit more on what happened in that particular case?
Yes. That particular incident you're referring to, an older gentleman was assaulted by a younger gentleman, and the unit that I was in was a vocational educational unit. I was in that unit for 7 years. So I became sort of like a beacon to that community and the voice of reason. I was the one that would like de-escalate a lot of confrontations. So when that situation occurred, it happened out on the floor and ended up going into the cell. There was a fight that occurred. When I found out that the fight was occurring, I tried to intervene and break up the fight. However, I was out of place. I had no business being in that cell. So when I got implicated into the altercation, they wrote the ticket and I was an accessory to an assault because the victim was being assaulted at the time when I entered the cell. So there was no way I could refute that ticket. I had to take the ticket and plead guilty to the accessory to assault.
So that's for me, I mean, that's a really important part there is the accessory, right?
Yes.
I mean, you know that you shouldn't have got involved in that. Although I got to tell you that if there were an older guy getting the crap beat out of him, I'd get in the middle of it myself. You know, but it's just, you just got to be aware of what you're doing. But at the same time, right? At the same time, going into that, you were involved in alternatives to violence.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you had anger management behind you. Both of those at that point, right?
No, I took anger management after the altercation. Yes.
Okay. But the AVP was done prior to that.
Yes.
And that's, you know, it's important. I mean, I don't see where there wasn't any other assaults or fights or anything like that during your incarceration.
No.
So, I mean, I can understand that. I think the bigger thing for me in this whole thing is, you're blasted out of your mind the night that this happened. And, so you've taken tier 2
Yes.
and, you've also engaged in smart recovery.
Yes.
Can you talk about that? Well, let me give you one more and then you can talk about the 3 together.
Okay.
You got certificate for drug treatment specialist from Stratford.
Yes.
So can you talk to me about those 3 and how they've helped you evolve in your thinking and what your recovery plan will be if you're released?
Okay. The drug treatment counseling specialist program, that was the first program that I got involved with early in me serving this sentence. That was the first outlet that I procured to seek treatment so I can try to figure out what's going on with me. So I financed that. I reached out to that program. And what that program did was it taught me the effects of not only just alcohol, but drugs as a whole. Not only it taught me what the alcohol and drugs do, how do they affect your behavior, how do they affect you physically, the brain, and also I've learned counseling skills on how to be a drug counselor. Moving forward with smart recovery in tier 2. Tier 2 was unique because I learned the stages of alcoholism, how the tolerance increases, and then it goes into the memory lapses that you have with prolonged with excessive drinking, and then it went into the prolonged binges and the effects that the alcohol can have on the body. Smart recovery was that course was a little different because it was more so the instructor more so taught it like open discussion. So we were more so able to share experiences that we had, and she would later give us feedback. So that's what that was with smart recovery. But what these 3 courses did together, combined, they made me want to seek help if and when I'm released. I'm excited about receiving treatment at AA upon release and mental health therapy as well.
Good. The smart recovery, I want to go back to that for a minute. So did she present like a problem and talk to you guys about options for solutions?
Yes, she gave us scenarios as far as how would we react to like certain situations. One scenario she gave us was people, places, and things. So in order to stay sober, is it safe for you to keep certain people around you who are users? So in that scenario, my take on that, my stance on that was that I felt like I don't feel comfortable with people being around people who are abusing substances. I don't think I'm in that space right now to be around individuals who are drinking and so forth. So that was my stance with that specific scenario.
And were there other like scenarios that she gave you?
Yes, there were. She gave us another scenario as far as like family members who are users and how to deal with family members who are users. So with that scenario, we spoke about different options that we can do, try to use all our resources just to like navigate out of that situation, because it's a tough situation if we have nowhere to go and it's a family member who's a user. So we just spoke about just trying to use all the resources that we can to negate the situation like that.
So what do you think the point of SMART is?
The point of smart recovery, I think the point of smart recovery is to make good choices that won't lead you down the road of substance abuse.
And explore options, right?
Yes. Explore
How
options.
about if I told you that ongoing SMART recovery meetings are in the community?
Excuse me?
How about if I told you that ongoing SMART recovery meetings are in the community?
I would be open for that option.
Right? Because that's, I mean, it's all about trying to do the next right thing, right?
Yes.
And when you have a situation like SMART recovery, which is a little bit different than AA and NA,
Right.
right? You actually explore, here's my situations, what are my options? Right?
Yes.
So, I mean, that's a really important thing. Can you talk about, and before I leave there, and you want to engage in therapy as well when you leave?
Yes.
And what do you think, I don't want to get in your business. What do you think the therapy would be about?
Well, the therapy, for me, I would like to dive deep into my childhood.
Okay.
And
you don't have to go any further.
Okay.
So you want to deal with a therapist about your past.
Yes.
And maybe, just maybe, if there's traumas back there or whatever, that kind of thing. That's yeah. We don't need to go any further than that.
Okay.
And talk to me a little bit about, you created and you taught or facilitated the Prosperity Workshop. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Okay, yes, the Prosperity Workshop. I helped create that with another fellow inmate who was in the Yale Prison Initiation Program. And that program was unique because it was created by inmates, ran by inmates, and the time period when it was ran, it was in a level 4 facility where we only have 2 hours rec. So whoever came to that program sacrificed the little bit of rec that we had each day. So that program allowed the individuals, whoever participated in it, to speak about whatever it was that was an issue where they felt was leading them in a negative direction. We allowed them to speak about past trauma, things that's going on within the facility, how to cope with stress, different stress coping mechanisms, conflict resolution, addiction. It was just an open conversation for dialogue that we don't really get the opportunity to speak about in one setting with dealing with these programs. So it was an interesting program for all of us who participated.
That's great. It's a good, again, you know, here's an educational piece that you're talking about solutions, right? You're talking through the problems and you're talking solutions. And 3.8. I don't have a 3.8. So how you feeling about the coursework?
It's been a long journey. As far as education goes, before this experience, this prison experience, I can only remember being an honor student one time, and that was when I moved out of New York with my uncle, and I stayed with him for some time. And that was one of the times where I was able to breathe and really focus on education. So for me to come inside here behind these walls and have the opportunity to receive education, and I'm in a cell for, say, 19 hours a day, I decided I wanted to change. And I felt so bad for what happened, for that situation. I didn't just want it to go in vain. I wanted to leave a better person. And the understanding that education is a key to success, I took it very seriously. I dedicated a lot of countless hours in the studying and applying myself. So I'm very thrilled about the 3.8 average, being a member of the Phi Theta Kappa, and I'm looking forward to pursuing my education upon release.
It's good stuff. Right? Putting positive things on our mind. You know? When you get out, what's your plan in terms of living situation?
Well, as of right now, I don't have a sponsor. So my only option right now would be a halfway house.
Where do you want to head?
I'm thinking Hartford area, only because I have family in that area. However, they didn't have the time to help assist me with an apartment because they just didn't have the time right now. But they do have plans on assisting me with finding an apartment.
And when you get out, have you heard of and in terms of employment, what were you thinking?
Well, employment upon release, what they did, they gave us a list of companies that hire felons. So that was one of my options. However, because I want to become a sports massage therapist, I was thinking more leaning into the hotel arenas, getting an entry-level job in there and receiving my certificate in personal training and massage therapy and maybe try to navigate into that arena through the hotel from an entry-level position. But I'm open to just work. I'm looking forward to just working.
Working and seeing what comes next, right?
Yes.
Have you heard of CCAR?
Yes, I have.
What do you think about having a coach?
I would be excited about having a coach, a CCAR coach. I just spoke to one of the counselors, Counselor Haskins, and she not Haskins, Shaw. And she's running the next program. I was supposed to be signing up for the program. However, they did say that I can attend the program from the outside as well. So a C-card coach, I'm definitely open for that.
But you know, there's two different things going on there, right? One is becoming a coach, and certainly you've laid the groundwork to do some of that.
Oh,
But
okay.
the other thing is having one, right? So,
Okay.
I mean, having a coach in the community opens up all kinds of resources,
Mm,
right? So I know a lot about the recovery community,
right.
and somebody called me yesterday and they needed help. I said, here's the number for C-Car to talk to a coach,
Oh, okay.
because they know what's going on today,
Mm,
right?
right.
Who's a therapist that might be good with addiction and deal with childhood stuff?
Mm,
They're going to have some resources to send you in a certain direction. You know, where's some good sober housing? Because I've been working for a while and want to get out of the halfway house.
Mm.
Right?
mm-hmm.
So
Yes.
I would suggest going back, guys in F-Dorm got to know about how to get a recovery coach. And what do you think about F-Dorm?
F-Dome, I like F-Dome. F-Dome has positive energy. It's structured around rehabilitation and it's solution based. They run programs every day, about three to four different programs. It's the Veterans Dome, so it's a lot of structure. Access to computers. Counselors always available. It's a safe space in this gym.
And you can create that same safe space in the community. Board members, Zapu.
Thank you. Mr. With your associate's degree, or was that just the business program certificate?
The business program certificate I will be receiving at the end of December. However, I'm 9 credits short from an associate's degree.
Okay. When you were talking in your opening statement, you mentioned root causes, and then you went on and talked about the need for some mental health counseling to delve into some of that. So they're the same thing, your childhood is basically one of the issues. So coming into the state of Connecticut from New York, it seems to me that you moved into a safe space, to use my colleague's words, with the family that you stayed with, your uncle and his family. They seem to be providing you with a lot of support at this point. We've received letters from them. They've pledged financial support. They've pledged emotional support to help you get set up. And I'm assuming that that might extend to your entrepreneurial hopes in terms of setting up some of these businesses. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So my concern right now, and I did read your business plans and I was impressed with a couple of them.
Okay.
Your release plan, you have a lot going on. So you need to finish your degree, hopefully. You need to find a place to stay. You haven't worked in a while. So even before your incarceration, it had been several years before you had held a job. I feel that you need to spend some time thinking about how to sequence out, how to roll out this release plan. And I don't want you to be overwhelmed once you're back in the community where there's less structure than what you're used to now. because I do think you have some good ideas. I think you've worked really hard, but I'm concerned that once those doors open and you walk back into the community, that without properly thinking about what that's going to look like, that you're setting yourself up for failure when you've already built this foundation and you're aiming for success. So can you talk to me a little bit more about that release plan? And I know you're talking Hartford, halfway house. I know you have support in that area, but what does that look like? And what does it look like folded into your recovery? And what does that look like in terms of getting your first job in over a decade? These are all things that I'm concerned about because you really need to have all of those in place if you want to move forward.
Right. Oh, so it's been so long since I've been free. I agree. I have a lot of plans, and I agree that I need to take it slow as well. But my main focus, that's why I'm thinking to myself that the halfway house will be good for me as far as transitioning and finding a job, because I haven't worked in forever, besides on the outside. So finding a job and taking my time, getting used to that structure, being free, working, and so forth. And I'm with being patient, but at the same time, I feel like I have this drive in me that I just want to just go. However, I don't want to get overwhelmed. So I feel like halfway house, job, and continuing my education be the main focus.
So I think all of those pieces are interconnected, and you actually gave me the answer that I was looking for. And I don't know if you're familiar with the phrase that Rome was not built in one day, but
Yes.
that's what I'm concerned about, is that you've been incarcerated for almost 10 years and you have all these plans, and that you're going to come out and you're going to want everything done in 60 days. And I don't know if you're familiar with all of your research and your education about the failure rate of entrepreneurial startup businesses, but it's high. And I don't want you to fall into that category because you feel like you have to get everything done the minute you leave those gates. So I want you to take a deep breath, because you've put together the foundation of an interesting future for you. But you have to really bite off only what you can chew in the beginning. And I think finishing your education, which you've done so well with, finding a release plan and a job that works, but also adhering to the principles of recovery so that you're not going to cycle through because of whatever stresses and everything else. And honestly, you have a great opportunity. You had a second chance with your extended family, and they've stood by you for 10 years. And I think that's important to know. You've talked extensively about not wanting to disappoint them, taking that deep breath and letting them help you, but also planning this out in realistic timeframes, I think is really going to be helpful for you.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Board Member Berry.
No questions. Oh, actually, I have a statement. So, Mr. Long, my colleague said that they were able to review the documents that you submitted to our agency for today. And I mean, it was it was well over 200 pages. Did you know that?
The document that I submitted?
The documents,
Mm.
your documents, your letters of
Yes.
support, your business plans. Didn't you
Yes.
know you were going to have a hearing today?
Yes, I did know I was
So why
having
did
a
you wait
hearing.
till the last minute to send that stuff?
I had to, well, I didn't get told until maybe 3 weeks prior.
Why didn't you send it then?
I had to get the copies made and so forth, because I just moved to that new unit with the access
Yeah.
My access
It's
is
just, you
limited.
did yourself a disservice though, because honestly, I could not review all of your documents in that short period. I just had to skim through them. So I'm glad that my colleagues were able to actually review them all, but I have to be, I mean, with that short notice, we didn't get them until like after 3 o'clock yesterday. So I appreciate, you've done a great job here today, and I do appreciate your efforts. I just wish that I could have spent more time, like the more time that we would have had to thoroughly review it, I think, it would have, it would be better for me, so, but thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Berry. So Mr. Long has done a lot of work. He rates up moderate and chance to recidivate. He does have 3 DRs, disciplinary reports, that go from 2012 to 2023, of which the most concerning was the January 23 accessory to assault, which he explained, and I accept what he had to say about that. There isn't any other violence there, although, of course, manslaughter 1 and giving somebody a weapon so that it winds up taking the life of another person is violent enough. The big thing here is that he was highly under the influence when this happened. And that's a track record if we look at his past. And he's done a great deal of work from the very beginning in terms of taking programming on his own through Stratford to come to an understanding of what he's dealing with, and how to handle that. He's been through some smart recovery. He's been through other recovery related workshops. He's in programs. He has engaged in the Alternatives to Violence program, anger management, voices. He clearly reflected upon the damage that he did to an innocent person. Wasn't one of the people that was involved in what was going on, and ended up being shot and killed. He's done a whole lot, including education, 3.8 GPA, Dean's List, Honor Society, help with creating a program that actually deals with solutions to problems. And one of the things that he talked about was just that. He's had a lot to help turn him around. So based upon what has been presented to us and what we have seen today, I would support his parole. Board members Vazquez.
I do concur, but I'm going to just reiterate that today you presented some more solid ideas about what your release plan looked like that was not included in your packet. And I would encourage you to really formalize those so that as you get closer to your release date, that you have that plan and that you're not scrambling with it. But I'm comfortable today as well.
Board member Berry.
I would also support his discretionary parole. Mr. Long that will give him an additional 2 years on his already 12 years of special parole that he had with this sentence. And I'm not sure that I can complete 14 years of special parole successfully myself, because it involves a lot of people, as you just said, in your business. So I would offer Mr. Long the advice of developing a rapport with his supervising officer, because they're going to have a very long lasting relationship. And if they get off on the wrong start, you know, I really think it's going to be a long, difficult road. And he doesn't do that. So really should focus on developing a rapport with that officer so that he can utilize that person as a resource when he does come in with those, you know, bumps in the road, because it's not going to be easy. Life isn't easy without a criminal record. When you have someone else looking over your shoulder, you know, it'll be a little more difficult, but I think he can do it, and I hope that he's successful.
Are we dealing with 521? Is that what we're dealing with?
5/20.
Yeah, you said
That date,
Yeah,
that date goes back to, that date goes back to November 12th. So 5/25? Okay. So I have no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, no contact with victims JC and MM, registered victim, on the MM.
I have
MA, sorry, MA. And no contact with Daquan Holmes.
I have mental evaluation treatment as well. He's been down for a number of years.
What about driving? I don't think he has a license at this point.
The offense doesn't have anything to do with driving though? With your,
Mental
I
health.
didn't have it, yeah, no, I didn't
Yeah.
have a driving condition.
so in regard to inmate William Long, 40731, I moved to grant parole on or after May 25th, 2025.
Second.
With the following stipulations that apply to discretionary and special parole. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, no contact with victims JC and MA, and no contact with co-defendant Daquan Holmes. Is there a second? Yes. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Long, you've been voted to parole and your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release.
So Chair, just for the record, he did have the illegally operating under the influence conviction.
OUI.
Yeah, but so that's why she.
So I'm sorry. So that's absolute. You're absolutely correct. I was stuck on the manslaughter first. So I want to additionally,
Have been the driving condition.
add the, I move to add the no operation of motor vehicle without parole officer's permission to the stipulations. Is there a second?
There is.
Those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? The no operation of motor vehicle without permission is added. So that's, you're gonna need to deal with that when you get out, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Good luck, sir. This
I'm
comes
sorry
from the hearing
about
for Mr. William Long, inmate number 240-731.
I was like,
Mr. Long, you're all
it's
set.
manslaughter
Can you
one,
please send in the
but then
next person?
the operating under the influence was there and I just like,
I didn't hear you.
You're all set.
That's
Send
my
it to
Achilles
this one.
heel is these
Thank you.
things. So I had written it over here because I wasn't really sure if it had belonged or not.
yep, good catch. No, that's,
Yeah.
it's still part of the,
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing.
yep, absolutely,
You
still,
know what you're doing.
yes,
Pretty good at
absolutely.
it.
Now,
Oh. Yeah.
all
See
right,
who comes in.
and who do we have next? Mr. Goldson.
How you doing today, sir? How you doing today,
Good, how are
man?
you?
Not as good as I want to be, and be completely honest with you, embarrassed, but I put myself in a situation.
All right. The parole officer is going to get the hearing going for us. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Next day is Wednesday, December 4th, 2020. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Panel Member Berry, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Ellen Zappo-Sastu. Good morning.
Good morning, man.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Dana Goldson, inmate number 320107.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Dana Goldson, inmate number 320107. He is serving a sentence of 42 months jail with 5 years special parole criminal possession of a firearm. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 5th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Goldson has completed good intentions, bad choices, voices, smart recovery, tier 2, domestic violence, and CCAR. He is currently participating in the hospitality program, bed and recovery, and is employed as a chairman. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should grant parole. You may begin, Mr. Goldson.
Be honest with you, I'm just done being a statistic. I'm tired of being. I'm tired of the cycle, the same repeated cycle that I've been repeating for years. Going home, doing good, coming back, having to start over. This is actually the first time I've been in jail to where I felt the impact that my actions, the impact that my actions can have on others. 2 months after I was arrested, my fiance was evicted with my children because she couldn't pay my end of the rent. I only have it. Once again, it's not a day that goes by in her that I just don't feel like, be honest with you, failure. Like, I don't really know no other way to put it. I failed my community. I failed my support system. I just failed, and I take full accountability. And I have no excuse for the selfish decision I made to put myself in this predicament. And if granted parole, I just know I'm never coming back here again. I'm just striving to be a better person. I just want to be a better person and permanently, not temporarily, not for 4 years and come back. And I'm just tired of the cycle. I'm done with it. Like, I was gonna write a letter and be honest with you, like, I just felt like coming up here today and just being truthful and just, there's no excuse. I can't blame people, places, and things on the decision I made to put myself in this predicament.
Okay. Is that it, Mr. Goldson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you know how this goes. We read about your background, what's gotten you here, what you've done since you've been in. Based upon that, we have some questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you an answer. Okay.
Yes, I'm embarrassed. Okay.
And the questions today, board member Zappo-Sastu is going to start, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I've listened to your statement and I've read a lot about what's been happening. You have 8 convictions that date back to when you were about 20. So
Yes, ma'am.
I guess I'm interested in your statements that you've made this morning. I also read that you said at one point that I wish I had a better life. And when I get out of here, I'm going to clean up. You said that the decision to take the passenger with the gun in your car was one of the stupidest decisions, that you could have avoided it. So with all that being said, I hear you. I hear what you're saying this morning, but you need to talk to me a little bit about, were there programs that helped you realize that you needed to break the cycle? Was it simply being inside the institution? Was it the impact to your family? Tell me a little bit about where that moment of change happened so that I can understand that if you were to be released, that there's not going to be a repeat of a cycle that you created.
Yes, ma'am. I ain't even gonna lie to you, a little bit of all of that, not even a little bit, a lot of all of that The programmings help, but even with the programmings, I already knew not to make the decision. Not to make the decision. Like I said, it was just a bad choice. And one of the biggest impacts right now of me being in here is like I crumbled my foundation. I had an apartment. I worked hard for my apartment. I came home, worked, stayed out of trouble, did everything I had to do to stay out of trouble. And one bad decision flushed all that good down the drain. And I know now, especially with the programming, the importance of focus and routine and structure. Not only routine and structure, but staying focused on routine and structure. And
So what is your current relationship with your girlfriend and your daughters? How are you maintaining that while you're in prison?
I talk to them every day, and I haven't lied to them. I haven't lied to my daughters about the situation. One of them is 8, one of them is 9. And I haven't lied to them about the situation. I just told them, this is where you come when you get in trouble. This is where you come when you get in trouble. They ask me daily, how many days do you have left in jail, Daddy? And I just tell them I don't know. I tell them this is where you come when you get in trouble. And I apologize to them, and I just tell them I'll never leave their lives again. I actually was arrested on one of my daughter's birthdays, September 28th, which makes me feel like, be honest with you, like one of the biggest hypocrites ever. Like, there's not a day that goes by in here I really don't feel like failure. Like, and I'm happy that they still love me and still here for me. But deep down inside, I really hate myself for it. My fiance, she's still around. She's actually still going through a little bit of a situation with her living situation. She lives with her aunt or whatever like that. But I told her that I just thank her for being a good mother, and I apologize. And there are no words to explain how much I apologize or how remorseful I am for making the decision I made. I'm not even mad I got arrested, because I deserve to. I deserve that. I deserve to get arrested. My kids don't deserve to be going through what I put them through. I'm mad that I put myself in a situation to be arrested. That's what I'm mad about. And, I just know this is the last time for me. Whether I'm granted parole today or not, this is the last time for me.
So you don't want to return to the community in which you came, which I think is a good decision on your part.
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of your reentry plan, you say that you have a job to return to, and is that that's an all seasons flagging job? Did you work throughout the winter?
Yes, I got my OSHA, and I had a flagging job where I was getting paid actually $29 an hour. I was getting paid good money. Like I said, the moment I decide to be even around that person, which I shouldn't have been around, period. Excuse my language, I don't know no other way to say it, but I've been practically said, fuck my family, fuck my job, fuck everything I have going on. Excuse my language, but I don't really know no other way to put it. And I still have my job. Is my OSHA is good. Is good up until 5 years. So I definitely still have my OSHA, and I still have my flagger certificate. I'm going straight back to that job immediately upon release, so I can slowly but surely start rebuilding the foundation that I destroyed.
Okay, and you think the halfway house is a good decision for you for the reasons you outlined?
Yes,
Okay.
I actually have sponsors, and my mother, she actually was just talking to me about it the other day, and I told her I want to rebuild myself back into society through a halfway house, especially with I'm pursuing being a CCAR recovery coach, and I want to work my way out of the halfway houses and through the halfway houses, so that by the time I get out of the halfway houses, I have my relationship built with them, so that I can start working through and for the halfway houses.
Where are you with your college? You said you want to continue your degree program. How much have you accomplished to date with that?
To hospitality, I go to that every day, Monday through Friday, and I actually have about a month of that left. And it's business education. The reason why I'm taking that class is because one of my long-term goals is starting my own trash and boat removal service. I used to work for a company called All American Waste, and I noticed a lot of routes that we was on need the
Oops.
trash and boat removal.
Okay. So in terms of resources, getting a job is a priority. And then obviously you have financial
Right.
obligations for
Yeah.
children, helping your fiance, getting set up.
Right.
I'm concerned about the relationships that you had, and are your brothers and your mother still in Meriden?
My mother is in Hamden.
Okay.
Yeah, and my brother actually, by the grace of God, he never even followed my footsteps. I actually always pushed him to be better than me. He doesn't even have a criminal record.
Okay.
And
So-
I have sisters too.
Yeah, but just knowing that a fresh start means that, right? Just people, places, things, everything about that. You have 2 young daughters. You need to support them. You need to support yourself. Recovery has to be a piece of this. There's a lot going on here. So I just want to make sure that you're setting yourself up for success as part of your release plan. There's a lot on your release plan. There's a lot.
Yeah,
So,
I have another goal too. I actually plan on starting my own program called the PAL program, PAL. The definition of that is friend, and I want to attack like the youth. I want to attack like the youth with it. I watch the news every day, and I'm embarrassed to be a part of that cycle, but I want to give back by starting a program called the PAL program. It's short for friend, and the abbreviation of it is going to be called Purpose, Accountability, and Leadership. I plan on using the curriculum that I learned from all the programs that I've done, a little bit of all, and combining it all in one program. That's actually a long-term goal for me after I get my record expunged.
so my last question is, you've been in for over a year, and during this period of incarceration, you've not gotten in any trouble. You've not caught any tickets. So has that been part of your mindset, understanding? Okay, please tell me about that a little bit.
That's definitely a huge part of my mindset. I don't do a lot of things that other inmates do. I don't go to rec. If I'm not going to a program or something to utilize my time in a positive way, I'm in my cube or on the phone with my mother or fiance or daughters. Like I feel like it starts in here. If you can't stay out of trouble in here, you can't stay focused in here, where you got nothing but time to stay focused, nothing but time to work on yourself. I feel like you already failed before you touch society. And I plan on staying on the same path, staying on the same routine, and that's something that I plan on doing. Something that I'm gonna do, not just planning on, something that I'm gonna do.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Board Member Berry.
Thank you, for Chair. So, Mr. Goldson, you honestly do sound very good today. You have expressed remorse for your actions and your embarrassment by your actions. I'm hoping that this will be your last period of incarceration. Our records indicate that you are currently on special parole for your escape first charge, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
that sentence doesn't expire until March 31st, 2027. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also, when you're done with this sentence in 2026, you also have now an additional 5 years of special parole. So
Yes, ma'am.
you have a long road ahead of you, Mr. Goldson. And our records also indicate that you aren't even eligible for parole or to be released from parole until June 28th of next year.
Yeah.
That's according to the MIT that's in your files.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry.
What date did you have?
I would roll eligibility anyway.
Right, but
And we would set that. We would set the release date today.
the MIT that's in there for his prior special parole says that he's not to be released until 6/28/25. So he's not going anywhere until then. That MIT's gonna hold him in.
So
Yes, ma'am.
we're gonna have a recess in just a
Yeah.
minute.
Okay, that's fine.
But finish your question.
Okay, thank you. I had it's quite a bit of concerns of Mr. Goldson. One is that several people, well, actually a concerned citizen, contacted the authorities because they knew that you were riding around with a gun. And my question to you is, how would people know that you had a gun if you didn't show it to them? Because when you were speaking with my colleague, you said that there was implications that the person that you were in the car with, it was their gun. But you told officers when they interviewed you that you paid $450 for the gun off the street?
No, ma'am. I wasn't in the car with the person who had the gun. A week prior to me getting the gun, I was in the car with him. And then he sold me the gun. It might be a little bit miscommunication. I wasn't in the car with somebody. I wasn't in the car with the person whose gun it was. I brought the gun from somebody a week prior to me that I shouldn't have been around. Which I should.
Why did you buy it? Why did you buy the gun?
Be honest with you, there's no excuse or no explanation of really not. It's like really no excuse or no explanation. I have no
And
excuse.
you were
or no
on special parole,
Yes.
acquiring firearms. And
Right.
this was reported to authorities twice. They knew that you had this Nissan, and inside that Nissan there was a gun.
Yes, ma'am.
So were you telling people that you had the gun? How did other people know that you had a gun?
World, if like the show World's Dumbest Criminal, I did show two people actually. I showed two people on some. No, I have.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I had no reason. I had no reason to purchase the gun. I had no reason to show anybody the gun. It was just.
I mean, you were making poor decision after poor decision. When you were on special parole, you had 2 parole violations. You came back with this new conviction now. You had 2 incident reports, misconducts. You weren't doing well out there.
You
weren't doing well when you were on. The last time that you were before the board, you were voted to parole in 2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And then when you went out, that was with this 5 years of special parole for your escape.
Yes,
You violated that parole twice.
Yes, ma'am.
You had misconduct and incident reports. So you weren't being very compliant when you were out in the community. I think that it was a compilation of your making poor decisions.
Yeah, super poor decisions. I know when I was on parole, I did get pulled over for driving without a license, which I ended up getting my license after.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I know, that was the only time that I was on.
I saw that you have a license. Is your license reinstated now?
Yes, what did you say, ma'am?
Is your license reinstated?
No, my license is currently. I had my permit before I came back.
Okay. So you don't have a license?
No, ma'am.
All right. So this is your second weapon?
Yes, I caught my first weapon was I think 16 years ago.
Yeah, it's too much. Mr. Goldson, it's a lot. This is honestly a lot going on here. That's not to negate the fact that you have done well since you've been there. I can absolutely see that you've been working diligently on yourself. But when you get back out in the community, you're a menace. At 36 years old, you just keep making poor decisions. You can't believe that you're going to be in New Haven. You have so many identifying factors. Your face you have tattoos everywhere. They know who you are.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to be a target. Like they're going to keep their eye on you. Why do
you know what?
Get away with criminal activity when you have so?
And I feel like now, like they can keep their eyes on me, and I'm disappointed at the picture I painted of myself. to be judged on how I'm being judged today, but that's not who I am today. And they can judge me, and they can judge me, and they can keep their eyes on me. They can have a magnifying glass on me. They will no longer have a reason. I will no longer give them a reason to put in this repeated predicament.
I hope that that's true, because showing people a gun, like, who does that? I mean,
it was stupid. It was real stupid. And like I said, it's no reason. No, I have no reason or no explanation for it. And it's stupid. I wake up every day in here, and that's what I feel like. I feel like failure. I feel like I feel stupid.
Do you know that you did pretty much the same programs that you've done this incarceration, your prior bits? You've been doing, it's the same, like, it's frustrating to me, because I know you're clearly not a stupid person. You sound intelligent. I just don't understand why you continue to make these poor decisions.
Like, it was just pure stupidity. And like I said, for any other time I've ever came to jail, I'm not being lied to you, it's been, for any other time I came to jail, it's been, I do the time, and I come home, and this is the first time right here where, like I said, my actions has affected so many more people. I've never felt like this any other time I've came to jail. I've never heard it this bad. I've never heard it this bad. I've really never heard it this bad in my life. I swear to God, I've never woke up.
We don't want you to be there. This is not what this exercise is for. It's not about whether or not the parole board wants you to stay in prison. It's the prisons are made for people who we consider are violent offenders, and we want to make sure that we keep our community safe.
Yes.
But you up the ante when you go out into the community and you make these poor decisions and you acquire weapons. You see how many people are dying. Innocent people, because people like yourself are untrained. They're not licensed to carry. And then when you get in these situations where you are faced with, oh my God, someone's going to take my life, you pull it out and you use it. And that's the issue that we have here.
Yeah, by the grace of God.
That you haven't been in that situation yet, and you're right. It is by the grace of God.
But even without having a victim, even without having a physical victim, I've still victimized. I do understand everything that you're saying. I've victimized my community. You ever hear that saying? You live by the gun, you die by the gun. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, when you're carrying a gun and people know that you have a gun and they don't like you, you put yourself in a situation where it's not gonna be a good one. That's all I can say.
And, right, and I've been seeing stuff on the news about like police shootings and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, like that could have been me. That really could have been me.
It could have, because they followed you to your driveway, and they secured you, but you gave a little fight. But anyway, let us figure out this special parole piece. I appreciate your speaking with me, Mr. Goldson.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We're gonna take a brief recess. Don't go anywhere, okay?
Yes, sir. Sorry, man. Messed up. Gotta do better. Do better. Gotta do better in life. Gotta do better in life. No choice. Gotta do better in life, man.
It's unmuted, yes.
All right, so, Mr. Goldson, it's just, there's when you have multiple sentences going and special paroles also involved, it's to arrive at what the correct thing to do under policy is, sometimes
Right.
takes a few minutes to figure out, okay?
Yes.
So
Yes,
that's what the options that were there is what we were trying to figure out, okay?
Listen, I
So,
got nothing but time.
yeah, so, so with all of that being said, I just to finish up on questioning piece, I just want to commend you for the tier 2 and smart recovery, engaging in that.
Specific.
And the men in recovery group, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Because this is what, I mean, the bottom line is, where were we? What was the underlying thing that was going on here that here we go again, right?
Yes, that men in recovery group, I meant to mention that group is actually one of the, like as far as all the groups I've been in, that group right here is definitely one of the, biggest groups I'm in as far as, learning from trauma and, just, poor decision making and addictive behaviors and having, I learned that addiction is not just about drugs or alcohol, it's behaviors too. And, Miss over here was saying, it's the addictive behavior of the bad decision making. That's the answer I wanted to give, but I couldn't think of it off the muscle. It's the addiction of my bad decision making.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna the questions are over, and we're gonna go to board member Sapu Sasu.
So, in reviewing this, the criminal history is a concern.
Sure.
The risk of you returning there, I think, in my opinion, is mitigated a little bit by what appears to be your sincere effort to not repeat your behavior. But we have factors that we have to look at. You do have a moderate score. So, I guess I'm just concerned, as has been stated, that there's a lot going on here. And one thing that we didn't spend as much time on that I probably should have asked you about is the fact that you do have an alcohol drug score of 4. And yet in your DIS, you talk about that you don't think you have a problem with alcohol and drugs, but you've done ecstasy, you've done marijuana.
Yes, I've done ecstasy, marijuana, alcohol, but when I was home, I was smoking marijuana, but I wasn't doing ecstasy or drinking like that. I gave clean urines or whatever like that. When I came to jail, they had asked me what drugs have I done, and I told them what drugs I've done, and I guess that's how I got my level. But I feel like even with it, with addiction, no matter how serious or not it is, it's still always a problem. So I don't think it's not a problem, but that's not the reason. That's not a reason or excuse for me to make the decision that I made. That's basically what I was like alcohol or drugs didn't play a factor in the decision I made.
All right. Thank you for your input again, Mr. Goldson. We're just going to talk about your case now, just the three of us, and we're going to give you a decision, okay?
So
Yes,
I
sir.
think at this point, I'm cautiously optimistic that based on his reentry plan and his acknowledgement and remorse and the severity of what he's done, makes him an appropriate candidate for discretionary parole. But I would probably, based on the discussion that we've had earlier, move to one of the outside dates to give him a little bit more time to create a program and work on some of those issues that I think need to be worked on prior to release.
Yes, ma'am.
Board Member Berry.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So I agree with Ms. Sasso that he has done well. He does sound great. He does sound good here today. He absolutely sounds like he is on the cusp of change and really wants to do better. However, he he allows himself to get into his own way with the poor decisions that he's making. I have to be honest that I really cannot support Mr. Goldson's discretionary parole here today. The fact that he was on special parole when he acquired a firearm, knowing full well that he was not supposed to be in possession of any firearm, any weapons, second one,
Right.
showing it to other people. And it's just all very, very concerning behavior. With that being said, I do want to point out that we do have the option of having Mr. Goldson serve his sentence and remain incarcerated until his estimated date of November 2026. But we also have the option of having him remain in prison until the end of his special parole, which is March 31st, 2027, according to our policy. I really do not believe that he should serve the remainder of his special parole, but I do think that he should serve the remainder of this sentence. So my vote would be to deny him and have him be released at the end of his current sentence and finish his special parole out with the 5 years that he has pending.
All right. So I really appreciate the fact that he is has been involved with Tier 2, Smart Recovery, the CCAR Recovery Coach Academy, Men in Recovery. And he knows the benefits that has had. Certainly, I think he has a real desire to do the right thing.
He
And
does.
certainly if that gun was fired, I would be in a different place right now.
Right,
So I would also support parole. Based upon what you said, the June 28th date is to leave that intact.
Yes.
And to set no alcohol consumption and halfway house placement.
I also have
Yes, sir.
a driving
Yes, sir.
conviction as one of his special parole. I need to go back and look and see what.
So the only thing that was there was no alcohol and halfway house placement. I looked it up this morning.
No, he just said he got a suspended license that he got an unconditional discharge for in 2021. And he just said that he had his learner's permit when he was in there. He doesn't have a license.
Okay.
But just give me 1 second, Sir Chair. I just want to, one of the things that we were told is that we had to consider the prior conditions, and I did not.
It was alcohol.
Okay, I
And-
thought it was out in having us. Okay.
No, yeah, I was driving without, just driving with, under suspension.
No,
Right.
we're good. We're just trying to figure out stipulations. So no alcohol, halfway house placement, no operation of motor vehicle without parole officers permit. All right. So where we're gonna go with this, we're just gonna put this out there before we put it in the form of a motion, is we're going to grant discretionary parole on or after May 5th, 2025 with the following conditions, and his release date based upon the special parole mint that is on file will be no sooner than June 28, 2025. And that the stipulations will apply to both the ongoing and new and discretionary special parole terms. Does that satisfy everyone?
That was confusing.
Well,
Could we eliminate the 5-5 reference and just go straight to 6/28/25?
actually, no, because we have to vote him to special, that's his parole eligibility date. So we need to vote him out on his discretionary date.
Mhm.
Need to say that based upon the MIT that's on file currently, we will hold him to not be released before June 28, 2025.
Okay,
And that the stipulations that we're setting are going to apply to discretionary in both terms of special parole. Is that? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's where we are. This is, because we have three different things going on at the same time, Mr. Goldson,
Yes.
we just need to make sure that we're doing the right thing,
Yeah.
okay?
It won't be a fourth. You guys will never, ever see me here again. The next time you guys see me, it's gonna be for the right things.
Good.
That's a good thing. So in regard to inmate Dana Goldson, number 320107, I move to grant discretionary parole on or after May 5th, 2025, with the following conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, and no operation of a motor vehicle without parole officer's permission. And that the special parole MIT that's currently on file with a release date of June 28th, 2025. It is our intention to have Mr. Goldson released not before that date, and that the listed stipulations will apply to the discretionary parole in both terms of special parole. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
And on a vote of 2-1, Mr. Goldson, you've been voted to parole. The special parole MIT that's on file, June 28, 2025, is what we're going by,
Okay.
okay? And your conditions will be explained to you prior to release, okay?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Good luck, sir.
You guys will never see me again. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Dana Goldson, inmate number 320107. You're all set. Can you just send in the next
Okay.
individual?
Okay.
So,
Got it. Yeah.
I think we still probably do need.
Mr. Figueroa, we'll be right with you, okay? Give us a few minutes.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Oh, no, yeah. Just do that work things, right? Yes, yes, no. He said, thank you. No, it's just totally. Yeah, no, never see her name, but it's RC, yeah. Rush thing, this or what? She's like, oh man, he's like working. Yeah. That's why I was teaching that class, right? And, so weird.
It's valid.
Mr. Figueroa, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. This is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Panel Member Berry, good morning.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Ellen Zappo Sasu.
Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jose Figueroa, 329-774.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jose Figueroa, inmate number 329-774. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, executing suspended after 3 years with 3 years probation for criminal possession of a pistol. And the today records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 13, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. The inmate was heard by the board on April 3, 2024. He was denied parole, and new hearing date is set for December of 2024. The board recommended that the inmate complete the victim service program or any additional positive programming and remain DR-free. Since the last hearing, the offender has completed the following programs. Mr. Figueroa has been employed in sanitation facility. He has completed recovery coach, tier 2, C card, 7 good minutes, voice to men, art therapy, and is currently in the second chance program and is participating in the second chance. I just want to confirm something with him. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Just 1 second, Mr. Figueroa. I just want to double check something.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Figueroa has completed recovery coach, tier 2, C card, 7 good minutes, voice to men, art therapy, and is currently in the second chance program and is participating in the PAL program for business administration with an anticipated completion date of December 16, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score for risk for recidivism falls within the moderate range. This is your opportunity to express to the board if you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, I'm a little nervous, but I wrote another letter, which I want to read. First and foremost, I'm gonna thank the board of pardons of parole for giving me the second chance to be interviewed for parole, especially for denying me the first time, even though in my head, I thought I was ready for society. I was pretty upset that I was given a Denny. To be honest, these 8 months really opened my eyes. I'm thankful that you guys really helped me to see my addiction and actions was a big reason why I kept falling and being a statistic and ended back in prison. During these 8 months, I really worked hard on my sobriety and myself. I took an 8-week tier 2 class that was asking me, which taught me that even doing the slightest amount of drugs or selling drugs will open the door to criminal behaviors, which will hurt my family and community. I also took a bigger step in working on my sobriety and want to help others and show that everyone could change. I decided I want to use my past and show younger teens and adults that there is ways to combat addiction. So I took and graduated C-CARD. I became a recovery coach. Through this, I can help my community and help myself combat addiction and not fall victim to drugs. Even though that this was a big step for me toward the right path, I needed to work harder. I enrolled in the second chance program called Enough. In this program, I kept working on myself and helping others. I did programs such as Voice to Men, 7 Good Minutes, TED Talk, and art therapy. By taking these groups, they showed me that I had to change my people, places, and things. I also enrolled at Nantucket Community College, which I'm taking a business administration course, which I will be completing and planning to get my associate degree when I'm released. I also held a sanitation job and stay productive and out of trouble. I feel this prepared me to be productive and drug-free in the community and help bring my family support system closer to me. I'm ready to work and continue furthering my education and complete everything that parole wants me to. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to work on myself and show the board that being sober is not a bad thing. I feel healthy and blessed. I pray that the panel consider granting me a parole today. Thank you for your time and happy holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Figueroa.
Thank you.
You've been busy.
Yes.
Sounds like some change going on there.
Yes, I'm just tired of repeating, coming to jail and not changing and wasting my life in prison.
That's it, right? So
Yeah.
what we're gonna do, just like in the last hearing, we read all about your background and what got you to the last hearing. And then we've read about what you've done since the last hearing. And based upon that, we have some questions. And
Yes, sir.
then we're going to talk about your case and we're gonna give you a decision, okay?
Yes. Yep.
And we'll start questions today with board member Zapu Sasu.
Okay, good morning. So
Good
I
morning.
think you gave us a good overview of how you've used your past few months since your first hearing. And that was good to
Yes.
hear that you really committed yourself to those programs. So what I would like to do is spend a little bit of time this morning with you telling us what your release plan looks like. Where are you
Okay.
going? Tell us about your job that you have waiting. What kind of
Okay.
supports in the community? What kind of programming do you see that is going to be helpful to you as you go closer to a date that you'll be leaving the institution?
Okay. I'm planning, for me, I'm planning to get, released into like, halfway house so I could work on my, work, getting a job. I'm planning on, trying to, get a C-card job so I could work on my sobriety and help others. I'm also, planning to further my education as in, get my degree for, business administration. I'm really trying to work on the trust with my family right now. So I'm trying to show them that I'm changing, that I'm doing better. They still there as my support system. And the halfway house will fit me better because I could show people that I'm doing good. I'm better than myself. I'm working on myself before I can help others.
How far along are you with your college degree? How many credits?
This is my first semester, so I'm taking my final for Math 1010 this week, and then I'll finish my English next week.
Okay. In terms of your job, at your last hearing, you talked about going back to, I think it was custom recycling, where you had
Yes.
worked before. Are you changing
ma'am.
that plan now to go directly to C-card?
I am because I was talking to my brother and they closed the branch already for custom recycling. They sold the branch, so I'd rather work on my sobriety and work and I can help others through my sobriety.
Do you see yourself attending programs like AA and NA while you're also helping others?
Yes, that's my plan is to keep. That's the only way I'm gonna keep sober if I keep doing programs, going to a therapy. That will help me out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you're trying to rebuild trust with your family.
Yes,
So-
ma'am.
What role are they going to play when you are out in the community?
They're gonna be there supporting me mentally and physically. But they want me to show them that I changed, that I'm doing better for myself, that I could become a better man before they step in and help me.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
You know, you have a long criminal history and you have violated your prior parole and probation. So I think I wasn't here last spring, but I have to assume that the people who heard your case the first time had some concerns about that.
Yes,
Going
ma'am.
back into the community with, weapons charges and drugs and everything, those are serious and they have very negative impacts on your community. So are you going back to the same community, or is the halfway house placement part of the strategy to avoid all of that?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. The halfway house is in New Haven, so I'd rather be somewhere where I'm away from the same people, places, and things. And honestly, my sobriety and taking the C card is helping me because with the weapon charge, I was doing drugs, so I made a bad decision, and that's the play of it. If I can stay sober, I could succeed.
Well, you've succeeded within the institution. You haven't received any disciplinary reports, which I think is a credit to you in terms of self-discipline and working on yourself. Was that hard to do, or what was your strategy there?
It's just being tired of being tired of being in the same place, being tired of being around the wrong people. It's like, I just stay busy, I stay productive, I stay working, I stay doing my programming, and I stay doing college. So that helped me stay out of trouble.
Thank you.
Board Member Berry.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So as you know, you may not remember me, Mr. Figueroa, but I was on your prior panel. Do you remember that?
I think so.
You think so? I look different hair probably, huh?
Huh?
Yeah. I said different hair, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was on your prior panel and we expressed our concerns to you, and we also explained to you what our expectations would be for your new hearing today. And I am happy to see that you were able to comply with our recommendations. I'm proud of you for bettering yourself. It wasn't for us. It really is for you. We want you to be successful. And I'm so happy to see that you have risen to the occasion. You accepted the challenge and you proved that you were able to do what you say you are going to do. And I just hope that that translates out into the community and that you're successful this go round. I'm very proud of you. Pat yourself on the back. Good job. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Board Member Zappo Sasu.
I don't have any other questions.
The decision.
The decision?
Yep.
You ready? No questions from you?
We're ready.
Okay. I think that based on the work that has been done in the last few months, especially the programming aimed at recovery and building on that success, I think that Mr. Figueroa is a candidate for discretionary parole for the date of the 4th of December, 2024. I would like to see him continue the work that he started and understand that every decision has impacts. And I think that that's something that he has shown the panel, that he understands that, and it would be, I think it would be my expectation that we would not see him back, because it sounds like if he adheres to his reentry plan, that he would be busy doing other things. I do just want to caution you that we don't take lightly weapons and drugs and the toxic environment that causes in our cities and towns, and that it would be very important for you in your work, if you do end up being with CCAR or any other organization, to share your lessons and share your experience. And if you could at least prevent anything, with one person, then your work is worthwhile and the time would be well spent. So I wish you the best of luck, and I would be in favor of discretionary parole.
All right.
Thank you.
Board Member Berry.
Who would support discretionary parole. He was denied parole in 2012 and then again in 2018. And he had special parole to do then, but it looks like third time's a charm. I'm happy to see the progress that he's made, and I'm happy to be on the panel to be able to tell him, what a good job he's done. I, again, would support his discretionary parole. I have a halfway house, no alcohol consumption, and I also have a mental health evaluation and treatment as conditions.
I had no alcohol consumption and halfway house placement, and so, okay, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary.
Yep. All right. Regarding Jose Figueroa, 329774, going to grant parole on or after December 4th, 2024, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if necessary, and mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary.
Before you second the motion, Mr. Figueroa, who Antoine Turner? That was your co-defendant. Was that the person you were with the fanny pack?
Yeah, that's, I guess he got caught with the same gun, so, he's in my case somehow.
Antoine Turner.
they said he was in my case somehow. I think he had the gun prior to me having it.
Okay. So, just do that one more time to have it perfectly straight. In regard to Jose Figueroa, 329-774, moved to grant parole on or after December 4th, 2024, with the following stipulations. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, no contact with co-defendant Antoine Turner. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Figueroa, you've been voted to parole, and your conditions will be explained to you prior to release. Just remember what board member Sapo Sasu said about recovery and making sure that that's straight up front, right?
Yes, sir.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Nice seeing you.
This is the hearing for Jose Figueroa, inmate number 29774.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This docket, is it Sapo Sasu?
Zapo Sasu, but answer to anything.
So is it okay that?
It's a no.
Yeah, either way, I don't care.
I just, this just seemed too much. I even called Debbie to call Mary, sorry.
It's fine.
I'm just asking, because I put it in here, I typed it GOPPO, SAU, SSA.
S-A,
SASSU.
right. I don't think anybody has spelled it correctly yet here.
Well, it's right on the email, I think. All right.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Paroles and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certified and Boston required documents available for information and preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Panel Member Berry, good morning.
Ellen Sapo
Morning.
Sasu. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Damian Douglas, 419019.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Damian Douglas, inmate number 419019. Mr. Douglas is serving a sentence of 5 years jail for possession with intent and violation of probation or underlying offense possession with intent to sell. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 21st, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Mr. Douglas has completed 24/7 DAD, Voices, Smart Recovery, and Hospitality. He is currently participating in NA and AA. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. This is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, Mr. Douglas.
Took a lot of time to reflect on the decisions I made to leave me here. In the beginning of my arrest, I just wanted to go home. So after I got sentenced, give me a second. Yeah, I really just took the time to reflect, take information from the programs I was participating in. I learned how to do proper cost analysis. You know, the stuff that I was doing, it wasn't worth being away from my family. It's not worth, I wasn't living, basically. My daughter's mother needs me, my son's mother needs me. Excuse me, I'm getting real nervous right now. I'm really not a bad person. I'm really sensible. I have no problems working. I was struggling with addiction.
It wasn't as bad as other people's, not that I'm in any type of competition. At this point in my life, I think, I'm ready to go back out, have another shot. I don't think I deserve to be in prison. Not saying, I wasn't guilty of the crimes that I committed, but this is just not the place for me. I've stayed out of trouble. I participated in all of the programs that was asked of me. I seek knowledge on other things from my curiosity. I don't want to ramble, but
Okay. So what we're doing here today is we read about your background, what got you here, what you've done since you've been in there, and we have some questions based upon that. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So why are you there?
I was selling drugs.
Selling
I
drugs.
was abused.
So
I was abusing.
So selling drugs, right? Why were you there the last time?
For the same reason.
And the time before that? Pretty much the same reason, right?
I believe the time before that was it was a domestic violence that I had with my mom's ex-husband.
And that was over what?
Me and him kind of got into it. They were splitting up, and I went to the house to go and gather some of my things, and there was a struggle from there over rent money. And
okay.
It was a poor decision overall, We ended up getting into
So my point in the whole thing was the bulk of what you're doing is related to drugs, right?
Correct.
Okay. So this time around, you've been involved in AA and NA? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you went through Smart Recovery?
Yes, sir.
What did Smart Recovery teach you?
The main thing Smart Recovery taught me. It taught me that I could lose everything due to drugs and addiction. My last time there, actually, we played a game, and we had to write down some things that was dearest, like three people that was dearest to us, 3 things that we enjoyed doing. I can't remember the other 3, but we wrote them down on papers and ripped them up. And actually, the other 3 was prized possessions. And the only thing I could think of at that time was for prized possessions was my life. People were like saying things like Cartier shades or a video game. So then she started going through different scenarios. And then at each scenario, it was bad situations, basically someone making a poor choice, and then you had to take away something. Maybe one scenario, you take away one of the person that was dear to you. The other scenario, you take away 2 possessions. And it was funny, but then it was kind of realistic too, because I ended up having to put my life into somebody else's hands.
It's real. Right? It's real.
Yeah. Yes.
So,
it was
so I see a couple of things here, right? So I see that you have like background in CNC machining in terms of education.
Yes. In 2017, 2018, I went to Goldson University.
Why didn't you ever pursue that?
I did. I didn't pursue it how I was supposed to. I easily got discouraged. After about, I'd say probably 4 or 5 interviews. In 2020, when I was released on bond, I had gotten an opportunity out in INMATES. I forget the name of the company, but they were creating like bolt screws and things like that. And the issue there was I didn't have my driver's license and means to commute back and forth. It was sort of an apprenticeship thing.
Have you ever heard of reentry programs?
Yes.
So with some of the skills that you have, if you can talk to one of those reentry programs, they might be able to help you. Right?
Okay.
Because one of the things that we need to do, deal with is your source of income. Because that's just going to give you, where you are right now, right?
Correct.
Okay. The other thing that was really good is that you did a really great job in the hospitality program. From what I read with evaluations and stuff like that, you did really well. Right?
Yes, I enjoy.
Did you enjoy doing that?
I really did.
Okay. So
Hospitality.
Again, the reentry program could help you get connected to employment, right? I mean, you got to do the footwork, but they can give you some places to go that might be open to hiring you, right?
Okay. Yes, sir.
And you've done a couple other programs that are really good. You haven't gotten any disciplinary reports while you're in there, which is another really good thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And, in terms of personal recovery, how do we get you to stop taking perks?
I just need to focus on my family. I need to realize that not that I need to, I realize now that there's resources out there if I ever have any difficulties fighting urges. But I need to be very, very family oriented and focus on source of income, focus on better on myself. I need to keep myself in good situations, meaning, how do I say it in words? I don't want to put myself in a situation that will threaten my sobriety.
So do you think it would be a good idea to connect to a recovery type of community?
Yes.
Where are you going when you come out of there?
I want to go to a halfway house.
Where?
In Hartford or Waterbury.
Yeah. Where's family?
My mom's in East Hartford and everyone else lives in New Jersey.
Okay. So getting out towards Hartford, you have a good relationship with mom?
Yes.
Yeah. So that would be a really good thing to do, right?
Yeah, I don't want to parole to a house because I'd rather have.
I didn't mean that. What I was talking about were, right? Because it's about relationships, right?
Yes.
So now you don't necessarily have to move in with mom in order to have a good relationship there, right? And have somebody that has some guidance and can give you support and stuff like that, right?
Correct, yes.
Right? So,
yes, sir.
And then that would be a really good thing. So to land and to get connected so that you can find some employment, right? And to really engage in that recovery, right?
Yes.
That way we stop dealing and we stop using, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to see if any other board members have questions. Board member
Yes.
Zapu.
Mr. Douglas, I've read through your material and I understand addiction is a disease and that you've been battling it and it looks like you're on the road to recovery. However, one of your statements when you were asked what a typical day was, is that you would go to work, smoke weed, and watch sports. You disclosed you would visit your family regularly and that you have a close relationship with them. Where are your children right now? Are they in New Jersey?
3 of them in New Jersey, and my youngest is out here in Connecticut.
Okay, so I guess I'm concerned that it seems that some of your intent to sell and drug peddling, so to speak, was economic, that you needed money. And then, as my colleagues stated, you had a manufacturing certificate. And I know for a fact that there are tens of thousands of manufacturing jobs that are vacant right now in the state of Connecticut. And I also know that there are people who are underemployed as well as unemployed that can fill those slots. So I'm wondering how much of your addiction is intertwined with just laziness. You have children to support, you have a mother that is still alive, you have a lot going on, and yet it doesn't seem as if you were focused on anything but yourself, your pills, and your drug addiction. And that concerns me. How has your recovery refocused you? And how do we know that you're not just going to go back and look for the easy money because you have child support to pay and you have bills to pay, and that's the easiest way to do it?
I never thought that was the easiest way. I think in that time, it was I'm really sensible. I wouldn't be able to go to work using drugs, or I guess basically I was able to do what I was doing, and then I'd be able to get high at the same time. I never had I worked in the past, and I've held employment. I wouldn't say that I'm lazy, but it was just more so easier for me to basically feed my addiction. I think I was focused on that and putting it higher than my family, putting it higher than myself doing better. Well, I wasn't just really thinking about it at all.
So that in effect shifts the burden for raising your kids to their mothers, to their support system, because you're not there for them because of your addiction and everything else. I'm still looking for, where's the change? What looks different now? What's the employment plan to make money? What's the transition plan? What's the recovery plan?
I need to be there. And one thing that's taught me sitting this time is your family will never give up on you. It touched my heart that my kids, I speak to them daily. My 2 oldest boys are still upset with me. Me and my daughter are really, really close. I found out that me being absent in her life, she went through therapy. That hurt me daily. Just the conversation a few nights ago, hearing the struggles that the mothers are going through, that I could possibly relieve or, just help being there, whether it's financially, just someone to talk to. Sometimes I may, there's conversations I should be having with my kids as they're going through different stages in their life. And I just feel like a loser. Sitting with a clear state of mind, I feel helpless being there. I don't want to feel this feeling anymore. I'm hungry to get back out there and to get involved. I'm being told a lot that it means everything through phone conversations, but I'm really hungry to do more. I'm really hungry to have myself stable, and have a good income, be in a good career, thinking that my kids can go to school or wherever it is, whether they're talking or playing with cousins and saying, my dad, he's a machinist, or my dad, he owns a restaurant. If I call my dad, I need some sneakers, he's there. If I need to go on a field trip, my dad can provide money. And if I keep on doing what I'm doing, I'm going to keep coming back here. I'm going to continue to be absent. I'm going to continue to cause them hurt, pain. I don't want to do that. I've done enough to the point where they could have been turning back. They could have been giving up. I've been tired. not wanting to deal with it anymore. Like it's hurtful. I know it's hurtful. I don't want to pay them back. You know, it's shocking, and then it's also touching that they still believe in me, that I'm still wanted.
And those are all good thoughts. But, you know, I'm stuck on the fact that you have children of an age that, are any of them in high school?
Yes, so
Okay. And you sold drugs in close proximity to a high school. Well, I mean, how do you equate that? What if there was somebody like you that right now is walking up to your children and trying to sell them pills or get them hooked on something, and you know what that does, and you know what path they go down? I want to hear you say that you are not going to continue on this path, not just because of you and your recovery, which is important, or your kids who need you, but what you did in the community. Do you know if there's victims out there who bought your drugs and who are now struggling with recovery or worse, or have made now spiraling decisions? We don't know that, right? But that's something that you have to live with because of your actions. And it's hard for me to reconcile that, knowing that you want to be a family man, and yet you've done these offenses repeatedly for money to feed your own addiction. I need to hear what my colleagues have to say in terms of what they think and what their questions might be, because I'm really concerned about what this looks like in the future.
yes, I feel really bad. If it was done to my children, I would be furious. And I have I was just thinking for self, and it's really bigger than me. I feel bad. Yeah, I feel really bad. I don't want to contribute to hooking another child on. I don't want to contribute to hooking anybody on to a disease or a sickness that could change their life for the worse. If anything, I always wanted to be known as somebody that, somebody that people like, somebody inspiring, not the other way around. That's basically destroying a community.
Well, thank you for saying that. That makes me feel a little better that you acknowledge the role that you've played, and you have the opportunity to be that person. And you have 4 children that are part of you, that have your DNA in them, that you can now spend. You're in your mid-30s. You have a lot of parenting left. Parenting doesn't turn off when they turn 18, and you have a lot of time to make up for. So thank you for acknowledging your role, and thank you for making those statements. I know that they're difficult to make, and I know my questioning might have been a little rough, but I wanted to hear you say it, that you acknowledged it, and thank you for saying it.
I need it, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Berry.
Thank you, Sir Chair. So, Mr. Douglas, I appreciate Ms. Zapple-Sessions' line of questioning, because I too had concerns about the vicious cycle of addiction and the role that you played in it. I'm also concerned that you have the tier program listed on your OAP, but you have not completed any treatment for that. And I looked in the system, and I don't even see you on the wait list for it. Is it because you're not done with this sentence until 27?
Is it for tier 2?
A tier, an addiction services program.
I thought Smart Recovery was for addiction services. I tried several times to do tier 2, and I was told that there is a code, I think 1 for addiction services, and they kept telling me that I was if there was space, I would be placed. I have been trying to do more, actually, though.
Have you ever completed a tier before during prior prior
No, ma'am.
incarceration? No. Okay. My concern is that, you know, you were on probation when you committed this offense, and you were only out in the community for about 123 days before you violated. And honestly, that was gracious because you really did begin violating. You were released out in September, and by October, 1 month after, you failed to report, you weren't going to your treatment. I mean, they were really trying to work with you on probation, but you just wanted to do what you wanted to do. And then when you were finally arrested for selling drugs because of, and you know, you sold to an undercover more than one time. I mean, you told them that you told the officer you were working at Trader Joe's for 2 years when you were there for like 2 days because you hurt your hand. Like, it's a whole bunch of nonsense going on with your file, Mr. Douglas, right? It's like, seriously. And I really do hope that you have a solid release plan going forward, because if you think that you're going to go back to that town and do the same things that you were doing when you were out there before, you're sadly mistaken, because they know who you are at this point and they expect this of you. And so they're going to be watching you. So if you like prison, do you? I heard you say in your opening statement that you don't, prison is not for you. Well, I don't think it's for any of those people that are in there. Nobody wants to be there. Unfortunately, when you break the law, that's a consequence of your action. When your children misbehave, there's consequences for their actions. And apparently, your prior incarcerations didn't help because you're right back. It's just, you're 36 now. It's really time for you to grow up. That's what this is all about. You can't live the street life and think that you know, that you're going to be able to be there for your girlfriend and your children. I mean, I heard you talk about her. It sounds like you have a lot of love for her and your children. So I'm really hoping that this is it for you.
I'm done, Miss. I'm done with the streets. I'm done with breaking the law.
Well, you should be. Again, the person before you, you have to understand that you have very distinguished features. It's not like you just blend in with everybody else. You have all this facial hair, you have dreads, braids, or what you're not going to be able to do the same things that you were doing out in the community and get away with. They're watching you. You sold to an undercover twice. You didn't even know it. You thought that you were getting over on your probation officer by not reporting, telling him that you hurt your hand and all this other stuff that you were coming up with when you were out in the community, but they knew what you were doing. It's not going to happen on parole, sir. On parole, they can bring you right back to prison. They don't have to go before a judge or any of that stuff. Yeah. Okay, I'm all set, sir. Sir.
Thank you, Board Member Berry. So there's a lot going on here. He's been engaged in smart recovery. He has not done a tier program. He has skills that could help him with employment in the community. He's looking for a halfway house. He rates out moderate. Employment is like one of his needs. Even it appears on our charts for even more so than substance use and mental health. But substance use and mental health or substance use is what's setting him off the path here. He's got a flat sentence. I don't like flat sentences, especially like in cases like this, where they do need, my opinion, support of parole and community services. I would like to hear what other board members have to say on this case.
There's on our conditions list, there is a checkbox for contingent on completion of a program.
Yes.
If we added a tier program, could that possibly work? And still give him some time with a special parole oversight in the community?
So,
He, honestly, that's, I had him voted to parole as well, but I also noted that he needed the tier program. So I, honestly think that he has to advocate for himself to get that treatment. But I don't know if I would necessarily say contingent upon the completion of a tier, because then we really won't be able to hear what he's gained from that program. So, I mean, we can recommend that he complete it before he goes out, but, again, we're not there to gauge the contingency, if he was already in it, I can understand.
yeah.
That makes sense.
So, yeah. I would support his discretionary parole today. He's done a tremendous job with, refraining from any tickets and participating in, he's in the right place. He just needs to get his mentality together to go out, just so that it translates out into the community.
Right.
But still has a lot of work to do, and he's still very young, so.
But he has 6 months almost.
Right. And so 6 months, he can still do what he's doing, do those positive things, get a tier program, gets, whatever he needs a tier. We can recommend it, right, Officer Martinez, could you put that into this position?
Put it in our general comment.
And then, hopefully he can get in, but again, he has to advocate for us. We can't say, you need this, and he doesn't think it, or he doesn't want it, so.
Well, I think that there's emerging elements of offender change and acknowledgement of his cycle. I would like to see him use his remaining time to do as many more mindset-based programs as well as a tier program as possible, because honestly, he has a lot going on with 4 children to support for those mothers, support for the woman he's in a relationship with, and getting a job and setting himself up for success. I just think that his time could be used wisely within the institution as he prepares for that from now until whatever date his release occurs. But I agree that he does have to advocate for himself.
So, May 29th,
May 21st.
21st, as a hard date with recommendations to Mr. Douglas that he engage in a tier program, connect with CCAR and reentry services prior to his release. Halfway house placement, no contact, Christopher Atkinson.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's all I have.
Had no alcohol.
He said he was using alcohol too. Perks, marijuana, alcohol, and I had cocaine. He was tested dirty for cocaine last time, so.
So, in regard to Damian Douglas, 419019, I move to grant parole on or after May 21st, 2025, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, and no contact with co-defendant Christopher Atkinson. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Douglas, you've been voted to parole. Now, I hope you listen to the conversation here. Because this
Yes,
can
sir.
go two ways. All right?
Okay,
You're not leaving there before May. Right? That's your parole eligibility date.
right.
Between now and then, for your benefit, we would really like you to see you connect with the tier program.
Okay,
So advocate for yourself in trying to go through that. It'll help add to what you have. Okay. And
Yes,
we
sir.
talked to you about employment and such. So connecting, using this time to connect with reentry services. Right? Look there and see where in Hartford reentry services are. There's a couple of different organizations, so that you can get the help you need to come out and, engage in employment right away. Not come out and try to figure it out on the fly, right?
yes,
And CCAR is right in Hartford, right? They have a recovery community center on Charter Oak Avenue. And there's recovery coaches out there, and they can connect you to services that'll support recovery. If you start using again, I'm going to tell you, you haven't seen the last of us. That's just the nature of it. So we are giving you parole, and we're hoping that you're going to do extra to help yourself. Okay?
thank you, sir. I'm definitely gonna take advantage of the resources.
Here we go.
This concludes the hearing for Damian Douglas, inmate number 419019. Mr. Douglas, you're all set.
Thank you all, have a good one.
That's the last one I have on my list. We're all good?
Yes, we're all good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Morning, my name is Parole Officer Martinez. Today is Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. This is the case review hearing to set special stipulations to Damian Oulette and date number 191198. Board members, please state your names.
Michael.
Rufaro Berry.
Ellen Zappo Sasso.
Mr. Oulette serving a sentence of 8 years jail with 5 years of special parole followed for assault second and eligible victim and criminal property damage first. At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special parole stipulations.
Regarding Donald Oulette, 191198, move to set the following special parole conditions: halfway house placement, anger management, community-based treatment for anger management, and a general stay away from 346 Stafford Avenue in Bristol. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Ouellette's special parole stipulations have been set.
This concludes the case review for Damian.
Just have to have somebody have an opinion on this.
Now. This concludes the hearing for Wednesday, December 4th, 2024 for Willard Cybulski at 12:23 p.m.